Gotire korumana. No problem.
Nini tutafuta wale vijana kasoka hapa, wale wako ndani. Nikitokea hizo nitakushia naomba nikarau.
Abi. Mama hapa tu. Mama hapa tu. Mama hapa tu.
Test 1, 2. My name is Obado. I'm the CEO, Cafe Deli Restaurant.
Okay. So,
Rachel Kaki Nyamai.
Rachel, yes.
Edith Nyenze.
I vote no.
Nyakundi Mukaya. Anthony Kibagendi.
I vote no.
Ombane Gisairo.
I vote no.
Brighton Yegon. Alfred Kibrono Mutai. Joseph Koske Tanui. Joseph Tanui.
Yes.
Maisaro Marwa Kitayama Kemero.
Yes.
Matthias Nyamabe Robi.
Mike. Wiki Robi.
I vote yes.
Fatuma Hamisi Masito.
Mike.
Yeah.
I vote no.
Ferdinand Wanyonyi. Yes. Yes. Mohammed Abdi Abdurrahman. Mohammed Abdi Abdurrahman.
I vote yes.
Jane Wangeshi Kagiri.
Yes. Sema yes, Jane. No.
Okay. Okay.
Mohammed 157.
Abdikadir Hussein Mohammed.
I vote yes.
Festus Mwangi Kionjuri.
Jane voted yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sarah Paulato Korere. Sarah Paulata Korere.
Sara Paulata Korere napiga ndio.
Order. Sarah Korere, you had my direction. That's a spoiled vote. Order.
No, Korere will call her again. No. Korere is going to vote.
Stephen Washira Karani. Joseph Lekuton. Monica Modoni Marufu. Ruwaida Mohamed Obo. Ruwaida Obo. Akasia. Mudama Stanley Moirori. Felix Oduorkode.
I vote no.
Joseph Mburu Kahangara. Mishi Juma Mboko.
No!
Innocent Mugabe. Innocent Mugabe. John Kiragu Chege. John Kiragu Chege. Protas Ewesit Akuja. Dick Maungu Oyugi.
I vote no.
Nabii Nabwera. No. Mangale Chiforomondo. Kareke Mbyuki. Titus Kamala Mkhwana.
I vote no.
Joyce Kamene. Caleb Mutiso Muli. Also. Okay. Joyce Kamene. Can you try the lower?
I vote no.
Caleb Mutiso Mule. George Alado Omwera.
I vote no.
Susan Dunge Kiamba.
I vote no.
Rose Museo Mumo.
I vote no.
Moses Malulu Injendi.
I vote yes.
Amina Laura Mnyazi. Amina Mnyazi.
I vote no.
Bashir Sheikh Abdullahi. Umul Khair Kasim Sheikh. Bashir Sheikh Abdullahi.
hapo Citizen 3.
Back part 3. Sawa. Back part 3.
देखिए बात पत्री
Nataka kufanya link.
Hata nashindwa, hata wana adabu.
Hebu angalia, ananiambia angalia.
nipate mahali pa kumanuva vizuri kidogo.
kuna nini huko?
Sisi kama senators wa Azimio, we are standing in solidarity with the members of the National Assembly. Kusema hii maneno vile tumeongea, Ruto has got only two options: to drop this thing or leave office. Hakuna maneno mengine, na ni hiyo tu peke yake. Sisi tunasema maseneta wa Azimio na wabunge wa Azimio. Sisi tunasema kama wabunge wa Azimio, tumesema hii bili ya fedha hatuitaki, ni lazima iamuke chini kama iondolewe kabisa. Sawa? Uko na nyinyi. Tunasema kama JNC hata kimo tuwapigie pia na watumalize katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Pia waongee
We reject it totality.
Media! We are not here for them. Come back! Against Gen Z! Against Gen Z! Media is all down! Against Gen Z! Against the media!
Toti. Ebu dan.
Parliament is under siege,
Watoleo huko.
Kama mpizo kwa nani ndio kwa tani. Your way to parliament. Your way to parliament. Niko parliament. Tuchukue ile bedroom bana. Watu wameingia parliament. Kama imechukua hiyo pia. Hii sasa inamaanisha nini jamani? Hii si Nairobi. Hii sasa si Nairobi.
Dear man, be safe. Ingine ndio hiyo.
Good question, because I got the same one. You know where I can get? Where did you get You need it like right now? No, I'm fine. You sure you not hungry? I put the filter wearing off or so I'm gonna have to do it. But I'm okay. Thanks.
Watu wameingia huko? Washaingia?
Si ndio vijana?
Fucking hell.
Wako ndani ya bunge. Hata umepokeza ile.
I've already told you, this is not making sense. Guys, it's not making sense. That's how you feel like your sister's child. Yeah, don't say that. Don't be fake. Sorry. I was thinking of a solution. That's the problem. Nobody's having a solution. It cannot be far. That is where wanakunywa soda. Look at this again. Oh, fuck. Wait. This guy. This doesn't make sense. Parliament is on fire. Can you see this? back. Parliament is on fire. What is this, guys? It cannot be forced. Find a solution. Police, ipigia watu wa fire brigade wakuje wazime moto Parliament. There is a fire in Parliament. Call the fire brigade. There is a fire in Parliament. Call the brigade.
Na kuna wasawasha ingia huko ndani.
Tena.
Ile imeenda. Ile hata wafanya aje. Hiyo ni mess. Hiyo ni mess.
Utajaribu kuizima pekee.
Wamechoma kwa jeshi.
Sana. Niko pale.
Elekea huko. Chizi huko.
Parliament inatoka nje na Senate. Sisi sheria sisi. Sawa, ngoja.
Those are live pictures from outside Parliament's precincts. We've been keeping an eye on the events there. Previously, Parliament voted 195 to 106 to pass the Finance Bill of 2024. We have Stephen Leto, who is in Parliament precincts. Stephen, we saw fire in Parliament. What else can you tell us?
Well, right now the protesters are outside the Parliament Road. These are the protesters who had gained access into Parliament and overran literally part of Parliament, taking or uprooting the flag that had been mounted on the Senate side. And outside Parliament, there were some people who are feared to have been shot dead. One of them is currently being loaded into ambulances that have just arrived outside Parliament. But first, before that, we've seen the flags that the protesters had taken from Parliament now wrapping the body that they're loading into the ambulance and singing the national anthem before releasing the ambulance. As we speak right now, more ambulances continue to come on this side. But where we are standing right at the Parliament Road, at the far end, that is at the side of the Senate, we can see smoke billowing. That is where the protesters had burned down the police truck. Before now, police opened fire and several protesters were feared to have been shot. And we are really not really sure what is happening on the other end, because it is extreme in terms of the engagement between police and the protesters. But from this end of Parliament, where the bodies are being loaded into the ambulances, we see police have exercised some sort of restraint on this side as protesters now march with the bodies along Parliament Road. But even on the other side of Parliament, that is affecting police are still with protesters who want to gain their end, which is in their way to Parliament. We've seen them carrying
That is Stephen Leto explaining what was transpiring in and around Parliament. We did see a police truck on fire outside Parliament. We will seek to find out how far, if indeed, the protesters breached Parliament's precincts. Stephen, how far did the protesters get within Parliament's precincts, if indeed they breached?
Are also visible on this end. So, Olive, that is what we can see outside here. But members of Parliament are marooned inside Parliament because they cannot get out. But some of them, we have seen vehicles taking the newly built tunnel that connects Parliament to the new Bunge Towers that is just adjacent across. Some of the members of Parliament who tried to cross the road met, angry protesters who are shouting at them that Wasaliti over the finance bill that was passed a while ago in the National Assembly. But even on the side of the sky, we can see police. We can see, helicopter surveillance just around Parliament, and just assuming that this is not the end of the engagement to the police, because more protesters we see continue to surge towards the side of Parliament.
Then we also have Seth Olale, who is in Parliament. Seth, if you can hear me, where in Parliament are you and what are you able to tell us? Seth Olale, can you hear me? Where are you within Parliament and what can you tell us? Sorry, it appears we cannot, Seth Olale cannot hear me, but we will continue to attempt to reach him. But earlier we had Stephen Leto tell us that protesters did indeed breach Parliament's precincts. And Seth Olale, can you hear me now? Seth Olale, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Go ahead, Seth Olale. What can you tell us? Where are you within Parliament?
I'm with over 60 members of Parliament who are basement 2 and basement 1 of Parliament buildings. The main building that hosts the main chambers of the National Assembly and the Senate. Among those where I am include the leader of a minority of the and what I can confirm and this will now lead to the Senate side right now now there's an ambulance that is coming right in the basement area. Also, earlier on, we saw quite a number of MPs being overwhelmed. Some, unfortunately, like fainting or just collapsing in that particular stampede, because what happened immediately, Parliament building was invaded by, not so sure if they were protesters or not, but after that particular invasion, what happened is that MPs started campaigning for safety. Some were going upstairs, others managed to go towards the basement in order to reach. And right now the situation is even getting worse. The number of police officers who are attempting just to come to rescue members of Parliament. We are still trapped here at basement 2 and basement 1. Following this particular place, we are being told that a section of Parliament building is already on fire. I'm yet to confirm, but according to a security officer who's just come to join us right now where we are at basement 2, he says that he can confirm that a section of buildings inside Parliament buildings have actually been set on fire. Right now we can see an ambulance that is now coming, and right now we can see that is the Speaker of the Senate, Amason Kingi, being evacuated in an ambulance under heavy security.
That was Seth Olale speaking to us from Parliament precincts. He is in the basement, and that explains the quality of the connection. But he did say he was in the company of members of Parliament who had been evacuated on account of fears for their safety. He did say he had received reports that a section of Parliament had been set ablaze, and he was saying something to do with the Senate Speaker, Amason Kingi, being evacuated in an ambulance. But he will provide further detail once we are able to reach him. Earlier we had from Stephen Leto. So we do have Stephen Leto and Seth Olale within Parliament's precincts, painting a picture of what has happened. We've seen protests across the country, not just in Nairobi. Nakuru, we saw protests. Kitengela, we saw protests. We saw protests again in Mombasa. In an escalation of the protests we saw on Thursday, unlike the peaceful protests we've witnessed so far, this time round there were stones, objects flying from either. There was a heavy security presence, but the protesters managed to make their way, as you heard there from Stephen Leto and Seth Olale, to within Parliament's precincts. We are now joined by Emmanuel To. You are outside Parliament. Has the situation calmed down? What are you witnessing?
Well, thank you very much. We are along Parliament Road, where the police are just engaging some of these protesters, and there are two bodies that are still lying on this Parliament Road within the CBD, just outside Parliament, and the ambulances from Red Cross and others have been picking some along City Hall Way, and it seems the police have shot a few protesters who are here. Have counted at least 3 as I was walking towards this part of Parliament, and the demonstrators have also torched some of the vehicles that were being used by the police, and some of the water cannons were being used to put off some of the fires that had been put on during that stampede that was witnessed. I'm seeing the members of the police, including Adamson Bungei, who is also one of the senior officers in Nairobi County, is here at the scene, and some of those who are protesting are still wailing, just asking why the police had to shoot stamps straight to the head, and it is very ugly scene, and we are trying to just understand what is happening, but the demonstrators have been able to overrun the security protocol that was here, and also breaking the fence that is just the Parliament fence, and some part of the Parliament buildings has caught fire towards the side, housing some of the offices of those leaders of the House and some of the rooms where committee meetings are normally held. And so we're just monitoring the situation, but that is the situation as is right now. Police are still using tear gas to disperse some of the protesters who have come around here. I beg your pardon, I have to leave, but that's the latest we have from here. Back to you.
Thank you for that update, Emmanuel. So you can see there in those pictures that the police commander, Nairobi County, Adamson Bungei, is on site, and he is outside Parliament's precincts. We saw their protesters as well, and Emmanuel Cho has told us that they're asking why police had to fatally shoot the protesters. Leto tells us there are at least, I beg your pardon, Emmanuel Cho tells us that there are some who have been shot fatally and an unknown number outside Parliament. But he did say that part of Parliament's fence had been damaged, and that part of Parliament had caught fire. The side, he said, that houses offices of Parliament offices. So that is what we have from Emmanuel. So we've got an update so far from Stephen Leto, Seth Olale, as well as Emmanuel To outside Parliament, though he had to leave. Let's listen in and get a sense of what is transpiring.
You are killing us! You are killing us! You are killing us! You are killing us!
Piga risasi, niko tayari kufa. Leo siku yangu ya kuzaliwa. Wewe niache wewe. Nitatembea, wewe niache wewe. Nitatembea. Nitatembea, wewe enda. Wewe enda, nitatembea. Enda tembea wewe. Sikukaribii, wewe nimekuona. Sikukaribii wewe. Sikukaribii. Mimi napiga hapa magoti, nataka risasi. Kama ndio mmetumwa mfanye, fanyeni hivyo. Fanyeni hivyo.
Natupiga bure. Natupiga bure. Natupiga bure. Kwenda wapi? Hapa nyinyi tunawatetea. Hapa nyinyi tunawatetea. Hapa nyinyi tunawatetea. Tunawatetea. Hapa nyinyi. Tokeni.
Who's the commander here? Move, guys, let's move, guys. Get everything! The audio, the video, get everything! Get everything! Don't get the phone! Record everything! Record! What's up, press? Get everything! Get everything! Put on top for shooting! Why? Why? Advance, guys! Ameshika na I told him. See now. Adi? Ametoa. Set mahali moja huko utachoka. Set kwa bunge pande wanataka bunge wataki kuweza wana bunge. Mimi tena mbaya. Hapa iko sawa. Watu watakaa hapa. Sianzia ni management. Sasa kwa hiyo gani wamejua huko. Ni gani? Ni ya polisi na sababu. Kwa jana ni sababu bunge moja na no.
Wamejikuwa na ndiguruza.
Abongo. Mlikuwa mnaenda wapi bwana?
Gai.
Haya, kata simu. Kwa gari bro. Si polisi wanataka. Hiyo moshi inakuja. Yes.
Hiyo itachomwa.
Overrun.
Wanapotea wakidhani ni polisi. Kuna kamera hapa inaweka.
Ni polisi yako ndani. Naona ni kama polisi anawaambia wapoe ndio yao. Naona wameigonga.
Hakuna polisi pale.
Hiyo polisi hizi operator.
Wala hakuna polisi.
Ni mazeni kama wamechukua.
Okay, wanarua kona huko bwana.
Hii ni risasi.
Hiyo ni risasi.
Haya.
Lakini leo unasema gani? Ni evidence.
Wala nifike 6.
We have Emmanuel Leto at the Holy Family Basilica. I do beg your pardon, Emmanuel To. Emmanuel, what is happening where you are?
Well, we are at Holy Family Basilica, where some of those who are injured are getting treatment right now, but the police are still firing tear gas inside the camp, the tent that has been set up here to attend to those who have been shot, who have gun wounds on their bodies, and it is just sad because there are some who have been who are actually receiving treatment, and the police are still firing the tear gas canisters inside here as they continue to engage the demonstrators who are taking refuge here at the church at the Holy Family Basilica. And right now there are about 15 people currently inside this tent who are receiving treatment as we speak. Most of them are victims who have a gunshot wound on their bodies, and we are just trying to see some of those officers who are here. But this is the situation. The officers are still engaging these demonstrators, and the demonstrators are responding back. Some of them pelting stones, but there has been a lot of force that has been used by the police to try and contain the situation. Remember, these demonstrators have overrun the security barricade that had been erected just outside Holy Family Basilica next to Parliament, and have made their way inside Parliament and have actually occupied some of it. And we are still here trying to understand how grave the situation is. I've seen several ambulances come in and out of Holy Family Basilica trying to bring in and also take out some of those who have been injured. There's one who is coming in right now who is being escorted by, I believe, journalists who has actually been injured during the melee that we have witnessed around here. And just away from those who have been injured here, I have seen, I know that there could be more, but I've counted at least 3 bodies around the Parliament Road of some of those protesters who had gunshot wounds, most of them on their heads, and of course, it's just that engagement that was there between the police and the demonstrators who have stayed throughout the day here in the capital with the anti-finance bill demonstrations. And so, Olive, this is the situation, and we'll be getting some more details in a few minutes from what is happening right here at the Holy Family Basilica.
Emmanuel Cho speaking to us there from the Holy Family Basilica, and he was explaining what transpired a couple of minutes ago, where tear gas was being lobbed into the facility, the church, where people are receiving medical assistance, those who have been injured in the protests. Let's continue to listen in to what is happening.
Sasa tunakuja kidogo.
Mama ametuambia tukae. Tumesikia tunaenda kwa nao nani? Sawa. Hatuwezi toka maku wanarusha. Hatuwezi toka. Mama amesema tukaupima hatuwezi tutafuramu. Maku tungefanya.
Maji imetosha, mnataka maji ingine niwalete? Water, anything, any supplements? This is CJ.
Nchi gani?
Yeah.
Okay. So you are letting the Okay. Yes. Okay. Just stand in front of the camera. We on air right now. All right. So we just want to hear from you about.
They have been rushed to Kenyatta National Hospital and various hospitals that are around here. We have also received other cases who are seriously, who are having actually the fractures in their lower limbs. We've attended to them with a very good team here who have assisted us here. And so far, we are still waiting for more. In case of any other casualties, we are ready to assist them. However, we are still receiving a lot of challenges of supplies and many other commodities that we need here. So far, we've had around 15 practitioners who have come from various hospitals and various actually sister hospitals to assist us here. We also received a very good help from the Catholic Church, which has given us this ground. However, another challenge we are also receiving, we have been tear gassed here, so we are actually having a lot of challenges here, but it is out of utmost charity we are here to assist those who are actually found to be injured.
Okay. Just to wrap it up, how many have you received and how many are in critical condition? And what are you telling the government for those who are lobbing tear gas inside here?
I've actually received close to 30 to 40 patients, casualties who have received. Those who are seriously injured have been around 9 to 10. Seriously injured with broken legs, some who have been shot on their thighs, some who have been shot on the head, slightly the bullet passing through. And I'm here to tell the government that we are here just to give the humanitarian services. We are not having any other part of the so-called the demonstration. For us, we are just giving what is actually right for us to do.
Your name?
My name is John Iadi. I'm here from the call of our Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Nurses.
Thank you so much. Let me speak to another one quickly. Your name and tell us how is the situation here?
My name is Felix Musila.
Just stand where you are.
Okay, sorry. My name is Felix Musila, Emergency Plus Medical Services Kenya Red Cross. I'm part of the medical team that has been on standby here from 7 in the morning till now. And so far we have, if I can just give you the numbers we have so far, at our tent we have attended to 21 injured persons. Those persons have been evacuated to the Kenyatta National Hospital and Bagathi Hospital, and we do have 76 that have been attended to our 3 standby locations in Nairobi. We are here at Holy Family Basilica. We also have another standby location at All Saints Cathedral and then at Jamia Mosque.
Okay. Apart from this location, do you have numbers from the other locations?
Yes, the numbers that I do have in the last 30 minutes that we have evacuated 21 people to Kenyatta, like I did mention.
From which center?
From all the 3 locations, and you have attended to and stabilized 76 at the 3 standby locations within CBD.
All right. Any challenges?
Challenges is that we have a call for backup. Of course, the numbers got a bit overwhelming. So I do have a confirmation that you're having more ambulances to here. So we do expect in the next few minutes we shall be having a backup.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. We'll be getting to you for more updates. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Kila mtu anatoroka huko yeye anaenda.
sabuni yote kwa sabuni tuliacha duda hakuna kama tuko ndani ya kwa kampeni na one block.
Dia majiko.
Sadi na maji. Sawa. Water.
Why are they using life bullet? Why?
Non-medic, Cebu, step for non-medic.
Sarah.
Step back.
Hao wanasahau wako na watoto. Wanasahau wako na watoto. Hao ni watoto wa watu.
Opening the gates for the protesters to have a refuge place. The government is still coming in to fight them, where they are still even within the comfort of the church. I think this is open to the public so that they can also find refuge. If at all they can't find refuge in the church, where else? If they are out there is okay, but once they enter here, I think we have opened it, and they are also attacking our doctors here who have come to assist them to give a hand for the protesters. It is a clear indication that something is not okay. The government should consider this, maybe even going back to the drawing board. We appeal, the church is in solidarity with these people, that something is wrong with this bill. Can't you do something, the leaders of our country, that this bill has been rejected by the Kenyan people, and you appeal to them? Please.
What would you tell the president right now if he was watching right now?
The president, he campaigned on the platform that he is for the people, for the interest of the people, and if really he was elected based on his wish to help the Kenyan people, he should see that these are the people who put him where he is. He should listen to them. I think problem shared is a problem half solved.
Thank you so much. Let's just have you here, or just stand there. Your name and tell us your comments about the situation here. And I'm seeing some more police officers are still coming in.
Okay, I'm Deacon Wilson Kamau. I work here at Holy Family Basilica. We are in solidarity with good and well wishers who are helping victims of this peaceful demonstration. Some are very much injured, and due to humanitarian grounds and charity, they are being treated here in the free camp. And we should allow the medics to do their work. The police should not throw tear gas canisters here. Because this is the church where people are finding refuge. Yes.
All right, and perhaps what would you say or tell the government right now? Let's move closer to where they are.
Okay. I'll tell them to retaliate and at least even offer protection to those people that are coming here to seek medical assistance. Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, and perhaps on this finance bill that has caused the demonstrations that we're seeing, could you just stand here? What would you say about it quickly?
The KCCB spoke. and His Grace, the Archbishop of Nairobi, also spoke. So his stance still remain. The KCB stance still remain. And if the church proposed and give their suggestion and they are not heard, I don't know whether there is another channel that we can use, but let us protect life rather than kill it. At least this demonstration can be contained in a peaceful manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sikia storia ni nini vile? Majeshi.
Eneo la jikoni
Sasa vijana wamekuja. Wewe ulipotea bwana.
Hecho mada joga.
Yo carino que tengo.
Those are images of protests from earlier. We saw Kericho there on your screen. We saw Nyahururu, Migori, Homa Bay, Samburu. And with me in a studio, we'll just be talking under those pictures. We have Ken Echesa, an advocate of the High Court, Edward Rioba, Bunge la Wazalendo, and we have John Kinuthia, a leadership and security strategist. And there's a question I was asking you behind the scenes. Has this ever been witnessed before? And I'll start with you, Wakili Echesa.
This is unprecedented in several ways. One, it is the kind of protest that is leaderless. There is no politician or political head that you could summon. Previously, you could engage in negotiations with the leader of the demonstrations. Secondly, this is a kind of demonstration that is daring. Even in the Sabasaba era, the demonstrators never dared to reach parliament. They never attempted to go to State House like it has happened in Mombasa today. Demonstrations have gone to State House. Therefore, it is a wake-up call for Kenyans, it's a wake-up call for our leadership that as generations grow, the new methods of demonstrations are coming up. And for the first time, Kenyans have fully utilized the first article of the Constitution by demonstrating that the sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya.
And I'll ask you, Rioba, to come in at this point. Rioba, sijui una prefer gani Kiswahili?
Mwenye naongea Kiswahili ndio safi vizuri watu wanasikia.
Sawa sawa, lakini Rioba, ukiangalia venye wameingia bunge, wameingia City Hall, maoni yako ni gani?
Mimi nataka kusema hivi, leo imeonyesha kwamba watu tuliowapa mamlaka ya kutuongoza wamekuwa ni watawala, si viongozi, kwa sababu wanasikia sauti ya wananchi. Wananchi wanataka nini, lakini wanawapuuza, na wananchi nao wamewaambia wao ndio wenye nguvu, si wao. Wangekuwa ni wenye nguvu, wangekuwa bado wako bungeni, lakini kwa sababu hawako bungeni, wametoka, wameonyesha wazi kwamba hawa ni wananchi wenye nguvu. Sasa mimi kitu nataka nimwambie rais, kama anatusikiliza na anatuangalia, au kuna wandani wake wanaangalia, wakumbuke mwaka 1990 kuna rais alikuwa Rumania, alikuwa anaitwa Nicolae Ceausescu. Walianza hivi, akasubiria maadui wakawa wengi, mwisho wa siku walimtoa Ikulu. Sasa hawa watu asiwasubirie wawe wengi, ina maana wanaweza wasiondoke mjini leo wakaendelea mpaka kesho wakaendelea kuwepo, itakuwa ni kwa rais kuna shida.
Nataka kuna mwenye ananiambia sielewi, lakini naelewa vizuri sana. Lakini wacha tumsikize Seth Olale. Seth Olale is in Parliament Precinct. Seth, when we spoke earlier, you were in the basement. I see you no longer are. What is the situation now in Parliament?
Well, Olive, we just managed to be evacuated from basement 2 and 1 of Parliament buildings. That is where we were trapped for more than 45 minutes. Not only me, but other journalists as well as members of Parliament and parliamentary staff as well. This particular evacuation exercise took long because there was also a standoff, police officers engaging protesters outside Parliament. That particular encounter is still ongoing as I speak, but right now this is the exact direction from where protesters managed to invade Parliament buildings. I'll just going to show you live footage of the scope of damage that has been meted here by protesters. What you are seeing here is furniture. This is the parliamentary garden square whereby MPs usually come here from lunch and just spend some time. But as you can see, this particular furniture has been set ablaze, completely on fire. This is just a drop in the ocean of the damage that has been caused inside Parliament buildings. As you can see on this other direction, we have this particular resting pavilion for MPs who usually come here to just have those Kamkunji sessions, parliamentary group sessions here. All this has been damaged. We're talking about very expensive furniture as well as canteen, kitchen equipment. Residents, parliamentary staff here also scampered to safety when this particular invasion happened, and this is also the scope of damage that has been meted by these particular protesters who managed to enter Parliament from this particular direction. Nothing, almost everything has been destroyed. This has never been witnessed since this particular building was constructed, and it just shows and tells you the kind of rage these particular protesters had when they made their ways all the way to the main chambers of Parliament buildings. This is the Parliament canteen, where members of Parliament usually come and just have lunch, have meals during sessions, break sessions in Parliament, whether committee or plenary. But this is now being reduced to damage. You can see some of even the personal belongings to some members of Parliament who were caught unawares. Right now, MPs have been evacuated from Parliament buildings. We saw the parliamentary leadership, including speakers from both houses of Parliament, being evacuated under tight security. Some were being evacuated using ambulances, and they just confirm that they are safe wherever they are. But this particular damage and invasion that has been witnessed in Parliament buildings, it is the first of its kind. This was not precedented. No one expected this, and it will take time. It will take at least, according to reports and information we were hearing from the clerk of the National Assembly, just giving that particular brief, it might take months, it might take even longer than that, because this is gonna take some time. And it is not just here, it is the damage has been extended all the way to all the way to the main chambers of both houses. What you are seeing right now is the fire extinguishers now being returned. There was also a section of Parliament building that was under fire and it was set ablaze, but right now these particular extinguishers are now being returned after they managed to contain that particular fire that broke out just adjacent to the Senate side of Parliament building. And right now we have security officers, parliamentary staff just coming to assess this particular damage. And what we are being told is that very soon they're going to announce for each and everyone to leave Parliament buildings because this particular premise will be shut down. We don't know for how long. Remember earlier on, Parliament passed a motion indicating that they're going to go, the National Assembly will be on recess at least for 2 weeks before they return. And this one, they say it will give them time to re-energize. But you know what, coming back after 2 weeks is another thing. But and having all this put together once again for Parliament to be what it used to be, it's something totally different. And just to brief you on that particular invasion, as soon as the protesters came through this particular direction, they were able to now proceed. The first chamber to be attacked was the Senate chamber, which is just on my right, just a few meters away. And what they did is they managed to, first of all, get those particular flags that represent each and every county, and then they used these particular flags to actually now break inside the Senate chamber where I'm now taking you. And once they entered the Senate chambers, they started taking selfies and even videos. They started chanting, "Freedom is ours, freedom has come." And thereafter, then they went to the National Assembly chambers. All this time, MPs, parliamentary staff and journalists were being evacuated through the tunnel that leads all the way to basement 1, basement 2, and that is where, under very tight security, we were able to stay for at least an hour. And all this time, some MPs were lying down, others were seated. You could see the shock. You could see the unexpected turn of events. Right now, what you are seeing is police officers inside Parliament buildings. They're just sitting here, making sure that no other invasion happens. And also, they're taking time to rest, honestly, because it's the same officers that have been engaging protesters in running battles earlier on. So it is also a time to re-energize for them, but they're saying that at some point they will have also to just order each and everyone to come out of this particular building or precincts of Parliament. This is just one of the flags representing one of the counties. Like I told you, we have at least 47 flags that are usually just outside Parliament building, but this is just one of them that has actually been plucked and destroyed. Now, where we are heading right now, we are heading towards the Senate main chambers. But even as we head there, you can see the shattered glass on the floor, loud enough to tell you what happened here just hours or minutes before we got to this particular place. And right now, this is where the damage actually is more visible than ever. We're talking about the main chambers of the Senate. This is where they came through, and these particular flags are usually mounted on either side of this particular carpeted aisle, and they were able to turn all these flags down. They were chanting that freedom is ours, and they were saying that we have achieved what we wanted to achieve. So right now, this is just a stark reminder, you know, of this particular parliamentary invasion that happened minutes ago. And right now, some of the parliamentary staff, as you can see on the other end, they're just still in shock. I'm also going to show you something else. This particular water point area, this was also very key, instrumental, because it was used to put off the fire that actually started, was actually lit on one part of the parliamentary building, and you can see it goes all the way. So this one came in handy when they managed just to, you know, put off that particular fire. And earlier on, right now, this particular main chamber's doors has been shut, but they invaded. They were inside here, and they went in, destroyed some of the equipment, the visual and audio recording equipment that are usually used to capture live proceedings of Parliament. All that has been destroyed, and this, as I say, was not expected at all today, according to parliamentary security and even members of parliament. We're talking about Parliament of Kenya, the Senate. This is a critical government infrastructure, and so right now we're being told to leave this particular place. And so viewers, this is just part of what is happening here at Parliament buildings. And Olive, we're just still here, but right now we're being told to move out. And this is just part of that particular exercise that we told you earlier about, that we were being told as journalists to come get our stuff, our belongings, and also the parliamentary staff are being told it's time to pick each and everything that you have and to leave this particular building as fast as possible. So Olive, we're still here, but the moment you're being told to, you know, vacate completely, we'll be able now to really come out. Olive, back to you.
Seth Olale, thank you for walking us through what transpired, at least as per what we were able to see there. Damage to the restaurant members of Parliament use. We also saw damage to the Senate side of Parliament. John, your reaction to that?
First, let me answer the original question you asked, whether this has been seen before. This is totally unprecedented. We have never been to this level since, I don't want to characterize, but some of the scenes are reminiscent of the 82 coup, which escalated. One of the reasons why this is unprecedented is some of the, for example, Wakili mentioned, like the 2007 crisis. That was during a major event like an election. This is during the legislative process, and this is the citizens, saying we have a problem with this particular bill, and nobody seems to be listening. The second reason it's unprecedented is because of the people who are on the streets. These are the Gen Z, these are the young people, these are the children of the nation, these are the children of the people in power today. The third reason, which is more important, I mean, I was looking at these scenes, they remind me of what happened in the US during the elections there, when people stormed, the Congress at the time. Today, the Senate has been breached, the Parliament has been breached. There are stories about the Supreme Court as well, the perimeter of it. And even the seat of the city county, Nairobi is the capital city, and the Nairobi County City Hall was seen on flames. So this is certainly unprecedented. It's very unfortunate, and I believe that the leadership needs to have a soul-searching moment, because certainly these scenes are a populace saying, you guys have gone too far. They're called the excesses of government. When people don't listen, even public participation is not truly public participation. Sadly, this is public participation. This is the citizens saying, for example, one major outcome of this will be that Kenya will change from being a tribal-based politics to an issue-based politics. The next election. I
don't know. I'm curious, Wakili. Do you agree that this is a turning point for Kenya? That this is less, Kenya has now taken a turn towards issue-based politics. We've seen young people who say they are not divided by tribe, they are one tribe, and that tribe is Kenya.
That is the correct position. And you will see that the demonstrations today were across the country. The first billboard to be brought down was in Kericho, basically the home turf of the President of the Republic. We saw the members of his own tribe pulling down his photos, billboards, bringing down in Eldoret, where he was born and bred. We saw protesters coming out in large numbers. In Mount Kenya region, where the president got nearly 98% support, we saw people coming out in large numbers in Kirinyaga. In Kikuyu constituency, where the leader of majority comes from, we saw the members of the constituency occupy the constituency office and repulse those who had been hired to repulse them. But there are two significant things that happened today. Two arms of government were under
So just allow me. You spoke about Mount Kenya earlier, and we have pictures live coming out of Nyeri, and police chasing away those who were gathered there. I see damage to a supermarket there. I'm told a supermarket there was burnt, and police are trying to clear out. I see looting happening as well. Police are trying to clear out the area. These pictures, as you can see on your screen, labeled up top there, are coming out of Nyeri, and there is damage that has been done there. I see glass on the ground. I see people running out carrying items. So these pictures are from Nyeri. Police are trying to contain the situation. I can see a police vehicle there. Previously on Tuesday last week, these protests were largely peaceful. On Thursday, they were largely peaceful. In fact, it was the police who were being accused of excessive force. What changed to your mind, Wakili?
What changed today is that the protesters were provoked. It is the police who started.
In your opinion?
In my opinion.
In your opinion.
And I will share with you. I have been here.
But before we get into all of that, Rioba, your reaction to what we're seeing on the screen?
Mimi nataka kusema hivi, hii inafundisha kitu. Viongozi wetu wanapaswa kujipanga, wawasikilize wananchi, kwa sababu wananchi ndio wamewapa nguvu za kukaa pale, wamewapa nguvu za kuwaongoza, lakini imefikia sehemu viongozi hao ambao walipewa hizi nguvu wananyanyasa watu wao. Malcolm X alisema hivi, ukimwona mtu amenyamaza na unamfanyia mambo, ina maana ananungunika ndani ya moyo wake akilia, lakini atakapochukua silaha yake aiweke wazi, ina maana lazima mabadiliko yatakuwepo. Sasa mabadiliko ndio sasa yanakuja, kwa sababu viongozi hao walifikiria wananchi hawa hawawezi kutoka nje wakafanya kitu. Sasa wameona sasa ni moto.
The protest has always been the problem of infiltration by criminal elements trying to take advantage of the situation. But the pictures you can see now on your screen are the from the Kenyatta National Hospital. Earlier we heard from those who are providing medical assistance at the Holy Family Basilica that 21 from that station were transported. I believe they said 20, they had treated 21 injured. Some of the 21 were transported to the Kenyatta National Hospital. We saw the ambulance there, and to Mbagathi we see medical personnel out there. In total, I think they talked about 76, saying they had stations, and that was the Kenya Red Cross, at Holy Family Basilica, at the All Saints Cathedral, and at the Jamia Mall. They were asking police not to lob tear gas canisters into those sanctuaries, because that is essentially what they are, and allow them to help those who are wounded. We saw unions, Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union, clinical officers, saying they were available to provide medical assistance to those who may have been injured in these protests. Prior to now, there were the two young men who were killed following the Thursday protest. Today we also saw, we even heard from our reporters on the field that several have been killed, and that there were bodies outside Parliament precincts. Why, John, this escalation?
Yes.
I know that Wakili took the position that the protesters may have been provoked.
And we've been watching from morning. You remember that the first person to be shot dead was
I don't really want to get into that, but I just wanted to get your thoughts generally on how the police have responded.
To that directly and say, the first thing is this: two branches of government. So we are a tricameral system with the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. The legislature has the Senate and Parliament. That was breached today, both of them. And then there were talks that, or rather there were reports of the Supreme Court, precincts also being breached. And then even outside Nairobi, some seats of the executive government, like in Mombasa State House and all that, the perimeters were breached. So that's one reason for the escalation. If you had the Interior press briefing yesterday, there was a specific caution about the national critical infrastructure and people being told don't interfere with that, don't damage property and all that. So that's an element, which means the marching orders of the police force or rather police service were to protect lives and property, and at some point that gets breached. But to your specific comment, yes, the unfortunate part of such public protest is that you don't know which elements are in there. For example, I'll give you a good example. We saw the church there. It was not just a safe haven, but also a triage point for medical services. A lot of professionals have volunteered, the lawyers and the medics, to provide services to those who are protesting. But now, when things escalate and people are running away, you'll see that protesters will go and take shelter there, and the security forces who are already responding to what's going on in town, where we've seen.
All right, so just sorry to cut you short, John, but let's get a sense of what's happening in Nyeri as we speak. All right, we now cross back to the Kenyatta National Hospital. As I mentioned earlier, those who were injured in the protests were taken there to receive medical assistance. We have Willie Lusige, who is on ground. Willie, can you tell us what is transpiring?
Olive, definitely it has not been the usual day here at the Accident and Emergency Department at the KNH, because this is where they are receiving all those who have been injured during today's demonstration against the Finance Bill 2024-2025. And we have been camping here for a while, actually for like 3 or 4 hours, and we have seen so many people who are being brought in here. Most of them have been injured, especially in regard to bullet wounds. Some of them have been injured in terms of different body parts. Others have been injured on their legs, their hands, and some of them also have seen victims who have also nursing bullet wounds on their heads. And we have been camping here to be able to see what will be happening in the course of the day, those who are coming in, and also to be able to get the numbers of those who have been injured. So far, as per the statement that has been issued a few minutes ago by the Kenyatta National Hospital Communication Department, they have said they have received so far 45 victims, and they are still receiving others, so that is not the end number, but they are still waiting to be able to capture the total number of details at the end of the day. But as per my own observation, by the time that they were saying they had 45 injured victims, so far we have received more than those, and now the number is going much higher. I can say maybe most probably between 80 and 100, and we have seen some of the ambulances that are arriving here with more than 2 or 3 victims in them. Those ones that you're seeing on your screen, those are the parents, family and friends of those who have been informed. Maybe their relatives or even people close to them have been brought here, because I've spoken to some of the families. They're saying they have only received calls from the Kenyatta National Hospital being told that maybe their family members or even friends have been brought here. So that's why they're camping here, to be able to see what will happen next, and also to be given a chance to get in there in the wards and to have a word maybe with their friends. But some of them who have been brought in here, they are critically injured. Many of them have been taken to, we are being told by the nurses and the doctors who have spoken, to ICU because of the bullet wounds, and those ones who have not been highly injured are also being treated in different places, because the hospital, as per now, the accident and emergency wards are full. That's why they have been trying to find other places to be able to find shelter for those ones who are still being brought in. We have seen different medics, different ambulances, different organizations trying to bring in those victims without considering where they were found or even if they have their relatives nearby. And the number has been increasing since we came here in the course of the day. But as per the statement that was issued by KNH, there is a number has been increasing since we came here in the course of the day. But as per the statement that was issued by KNH, they said the number of victims is actually 45, those ones injured, but this is because they started to receive the victims from 12 noon, and the number that they gave us, that was the total number that they had received by 3 p.m. And then it definitely is clear, you can see from 3 p.m. up to now, the number is a little bit higher. I've also witnessed more than 30 or 40 ambulances coming here, and many of them are not carrying one individual or two, but some are carrying even up to 4, higher, up to more than 100 by the end of the day. But the hospital has said it requires more time because this is an emergency crisis, to be able to gather more details. They said out of the 45 that they had received, 8 were female, which means the rest, which is the majority, were men. And you can definitely see that most of the victims who are being brought here, they are young people, and most of them are most probably the Gen Zs who are being involved today in the protest. We have spoken to some of the parents, to some of the families, and they have said most probably their young people left early in the morning. Some said they went to just do their normal businesses in town, but the parents in the course of the day received calls from the hospital here being told to come and be able to come here so that they can be able to have a word with the hospital, because their friends or their children or their brothers and sisters have been brought here under injuries. And I spoke to some of the protesters. They said they were peaceful. Some of them, they were saying they were on activities, but they were able to be affected. One of the parents that I spoke to, whom his son was shot, and he's saying that the son is dead. He was brought here. He said that the son was in the CBD trying to get a matatu to go to Juja, but sadly he was called later to be told that his son was injured during those protests. But the son had informed close people to him before he died that he had come, he had gone to the matatu terminus to be able to get a matatu to go back home.
Willie, I'm curious. I mean, is it normal, usual for medical personnel to wait outside the reception area at the Kenyatta National Hospital?
Mimi kama Gen Z sijabambika na vitu zenye gava inafanya hapo hivi nje. Tumetoka tukienda peaceful demonstration kufika pale hivyo sijini African Saints Cathedral. Hapo kando Europa wanataka kuja kutufinya. Sijui wanataka aje. Wanapiga live, wanapiga raba na wanapiga bado nini tear gas kwa mguu za watu. Sijui wanataka aje. Mimi ndio hii raba bullet wamenipigia kwa mguu. Ni kupoteza mguu pia mimi. Saa hizi ndio hizi ambulance zinaingia hapa saa hii. Wana nini? There are more than 50 people. Wanaletwa hapa hivi. Sijui mimi nashangaa na wezi letwa wanajua.
Those are more patients coming into the Kenyatta National Hospital. As at now, we don't have the exact figures. We do have the exact figures were given by Red Cross earlier, but let's continue to listen in.
Wakitaka ama polisi wakuja uwe kila mtu wachome hii nchi na wabebe nchi waende nayo. Hatuwaeki saa hizi. We don't fear you.
One, two. Where the victims for medication. Remember, this is the only place they can be able to be catered for, and this is the only hospital that can be able to handle the high number of victims who are being brought in from different places across Nairobi. victims are being brought in here by different ambulances from different organizations or any other institutions that have ambulances are coming up and trying to help to get those victims from the town and bringing them here for emergency services. What you're seeing on your screen, these are beds that have been brought outside the hospital because inside we're being told is full. So this is the only place they can be able to receive them quickly and find a place to take them to, because we have seen many of the victims are either injured, most probably by bullet wounds. Some of them are majorly injured on their lower parts of the body, those are legs, and I've seen other victims who have also been injured even in their heads. Some of them were very critically injured, and that's why many of them have been taken to ICU. But the hospital has said it needs more time to be able to gather data, to be able to gather more information about all the victims that have been brought in by. But the statement that I've issued at 3 p.m, they said they had received 45 injured protesters, and among them 8 were female. Then definitely that is a clear indication that the majority are male, and most probably we are still waiting to see if the numbers will be rising, because that is the number that we are given by the hospital by 3 p.m. and from that time up to now the number of ambulances that have been coming here has been very high, so definitely the numbers have risen. We are not aware the actual number, but I can approximate most probably more than 100 injured victims have been brought here. Now, as you can see on your screen, there's no any ambulance yet here, because at some point we are seeing the number of the ambulances reducing. Then after a few minutes, then you see the high number of ambulances still coming in to bring more victims from all the corners of the city. We have been able also to speak to some of the family members within here who have been able to tell us what happened. They have told us most of them they got calls from KNH, the hospital, informing them that their relatives had been brought in here. Let me speak to some of them. Tuanze na jina lako, unaitwa nani?
Jina langu naitwa Edward Ochieng.
Mbona umefika hapa?
Nimefika na kuja na mgonjwa hapa kutoka sehemu za Homa Bay.
Wewe umeleta mgonjwa wa maandamano ama si wa maandamano? Sasa tunataka wale wa maandamano, nani ambaye labda amekuja kumuona mgonjwa wake ambaye labda ameathirika na maandamano? Some of them are wary of speaking to us, but nani hapa na mgonjwa ambaye ameletwa kutokana na maandamano? Tuzungumze naye. Dada, unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Diana.
Mbona umefika hapa, tufahamishe kwa kifupi?
Nimekuja hapa, kuna rafiki yangu amepata accident, amekuwa tao kwa maandamano na ameshutiwa. So tumekuja hapa, nataka kumuona.
Labda umefahamu vipi amepigwa risasi?
Niliambiwa, nimepigiwa simu ndio nikakuja hapa. So nataka kumuona, nataka kujua venye hali yake iko, nijue venye yako tu.
Labda mmeweza kumuona, kwa sababu tumeambiwa kwamba wengi hawajaweza kupata nafasi ya kuona wapendwa wao.
Bado sijamuona bado.
Niambiwa sababu ni nini?
Wamesema bado wako kwa emergency, lazima wangoje wahudumie kwanza ndio tunaweza kuona baadaye.
Bingo, unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Fredo Nyango. So nimeleta rafiki yangu amepigwa risasi, but ya mguu imemkata katikati, but nimeona nikamuona ako sawa, but ako tu sawa. Alipigwa pale parliament.
Alikuwa kwa andamanaji?
Alikuwa anaandamana. Akaingia ndani, sasa afuta kufungua hizo mlango, hizo fence, akaingia ndani. So
ndani ya bunge.
Ndani ya bunge ndani. So wakatoka na mabunduki wakaanza kuwashoot live bullets. So yeye akapigwa canister hapa kando. Akapigwa kwa thigh na akapigwa tena bunduki ya mguu katikati. Toes zote mbili zimepasuka.
Umepewa nafasi ya kumuona?
Nimemuona, nimekuwa naye huko ndani na nimeacha akitibiwa.
Kwa hivyo wanapokea matibabu kule ndani?
Anapokea matibabu.
So you can hear from friends and family members to the victims that some of them have been given a chance to be able to see their loved ones who are still recuperating inside here, the emergency and accident department at KNH. And many of them, as those ones who have spoken on TV, you have heard definitely the injuries were to do with the bullet wounds, and because most of them were demonstrators, we are yet to find out if there are any other person who had been injured who is not a demonstrator, maybe police officers. But from the hospital Hospital, what they said they had only received 45 victims of the protest or the injuries during the protest. 8 were female, and that was the statement they gave to us at 3 p.m. But we're still waiting to see if the hospital will be able to update the data, and also apart from that, also if the number will increase, because definitely there is high number of people who have been injured during today's protest, and they are still coming in here at the Kenyatta National Hospital Accident and Emergency Department. I want to see if I can be able to speak to some of the medics and hear if they have a word. Sister, ujambo? Labda unaweza zungumza na sisi utuambie umepokea. She has said she's not comfortable to speak with us, but we can speak to some of them. Ndugu, unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Joseph. Yes.
Naona wewe ni tabibu hapa, labda siku imekuwaje? Tumeona wagonjwa ni wengi wakifika hapo waliojeruhiwa.
Yes, ndio wamejeruhiwa, lakini sasa hatuna uwezo wa kujua idadi kamili ni wangapi. Watatolewa baadaye ndio tujue idadi kamili ni ngapi, lakini wameletwa kwa wengi.
Wale wanaofika wanapokea matibabu. Tumeona wengi wamejeruhiwa sana kwa bunduki, ni kweli?
Ya, ni kweli wamejeruhiwa kwa bunduki, lakini watatoa idadi kamili.
Na kutokana na kwamba idadi ya wale majeruhi wanaoletwa ni wengi, labda changamoto ambazo mnapitia, labda kule ndani kumejaa, kuna nafasi ya kutosha kuwahudumia?
Hiyo sitaweza kuelezea kamili kwa sababu mimi si katika hiyo kitengo ya kujua kwamba ni wangapi wanafaa ni rooms zinafaa kushughulikia ni ngapi. Siko katika hiyo kitengo.
Sawa. So that is one of the medics who has been handling those victims who have been brought in, especially across the city, those ones who have been injured during today's anti-finance bill protest. And you can also see that a lot of medics have been brought in from even other hospitals to be able to help Kenyatta National Hospital to cater in regard to the high number of victims. So those ones that you are seeing, some of them have been brought in from other hospitals to be able to help those ones who have been injured. And also to highlight, many of the victims are also coming from All Saints Cathedral, where the hospital, the church had given space to medics who are offering free services to those injured. And also there's another free medical point I hear within the town, I think at Jamia Mosque. So many of the victims are also coming from those 2 points, because those are the nearest point to the city, and the first point where the victims are being taken is All Saints, and that place in Jamia. And if the doctors there are feeling that they can be able not to handle those cases, then they are sending them here at the Kenyatta National Hospital. In terms of number of those ones maybe who have died, I cannot be able to tell that, because the hospital, as we spoke to those in charge of the hospital, they said by that time they did not have any fatalities reported here, but that might change in the course of the day. So we'll still be following up to see what will happen and see what will happen in the course of the day. Olive, I'll be able to give more updates as this continues to unfold here at the Kenyatta National Hospital Accident and Emergency Department.
Thank you for that update. Willie Lusige speaking to us from the Kenyatta National Hospital there, where those who were injured in the protests are being taken. Earlier, the Kenya Red Cross said those who were seriously injured were being taken to the Kenyatta National Hospital and the Mbagathi Hospital. And Nakuru, we saw some pictures of a confrontation between protesters and the police, but the situation appears to have been contained. It appears that the running battles were triggered by the shooting of 2 protesters, but we'll have more information shortly. We'll have those pictures on your screen. With me in studio, I have John Kinuthia, and those are the images that are coming out of Nakuru next to those of the Kenyatta National Hospital. I was asking earlier, John Kinuthia is a leadership and security strategist, whether it's usual to see medical personnel outside the accident and emergency receiving area.
Sure. So this being a crisis situation, which the formal term is disaster management, because it's a crisis or crisis management. The medics you see lining up are affiliated to the to the patients being brought in by ambulance. So there are two sets of medics. There are those at the hospital receiving the patients, and then there are those who are bringing the patients in ambulances. So the medic who's bringing the patient in ambulances, especially the critical cases, they're obligated to hand them over directly to the medics at the hospital so that they can brief them, tell them the status of the patient, give them their vitals, their blood pressure, their oxygen, their heart rates and all that. And most importantly, any medical notes that are necessary. For example, if you had already administered some sorts of medications, if the hospital staff were to administer the same medications, it will be an overdose. So they need to hand over personally, hand over the patient to the hospital staff. So the ones you see queuing are the ones who have brought them in ambulances, and because this is a triage situation, which means that to the hospital staff. So the ones you see queuing are the ones who have brought them in ambulances, and because this is a triage situation, which means that the hospital emergency teams will be prioritizing the more serious cases. Especially you had the doctor or the medic at the church saying some people have very serious wounds like broken limbs and gunshot wounds even to the head and all that. So
all right, so I'm seeing the representatives of some human rights organizations, including Haki Africa, that is Khalid, who is about to address the press there. Yes. Let's listen and then we'll continue the conversation later. Sure.
Khalid ni moja wanaharakati. We rushed here after we heard that the injured have been rushed here. We've spoken to some of the doctors. Wametuambia that they've received 2 dead. When they arrived, they were already dead. One was shot in the head, and the other one was already dead. I don't know where he was injured. They've also informed us that so far they have treated around 125. 125. Most of them injuries, soft tissue injuries. Others were injured in different places. But it's really sad to see these kinds of injuries, because this protest was largely peaceful, and we didn't expect that these kinds of fatalities would be reported, these kinds of injuries would be happening. We are very saddened, and we want to inform the state that Kenya has moved many years from those dark days, and we are not in a police state. Yes. And the police should not use excessive force on peaceful, youthful protesters. We will work with the necessary institutions, we will work with the necessary authorities to make sure those that have been killed, those that have been injured, they get justice. We cannot allow, any use of excessive force like this. And we are committed to ensure that the message gets through, that the government listens to the people. Kenya is a country that is governed by a rule of law. Yes. And police cannot use excessive force on peaceful protesters like this. Over 100 people have been treated here. Yes. We cannot have such kind of a situation, and we will stand firmly with those that are injured, we'll stand firmly with those that have been killed, and make sure that they get justice.
Taxes must fall.
Yes, of course, this will not deter us from delivering the message. And the message is very clear. Reject finance bill. Why are we being forced to accept this? You cannot force this bill on Kenyans' throats. Why is the message not getting through to these people? Yeah, 204 people against 54 million. Does that even make sense? So we are saying enough is enough. Listen to the masses. Listen to the people. Yes. Come down from your high seat and listen to the voices. You can't say you want to dialogue, then you are killing people. How is that dialogue when you're shooting live bullets at peaceful protesters? That is not right. That is unacceptable. Yes. We are living in a country governed by a constitution and the rule of law. Yes. Kwa nini munatumia live bullets against people? Yes. Why are you doing that? So this is unacceptable. Na tumesema enough is enough. Yes. And we must listen to the voices of the people. Yes. Well, right now we've informed IPOA. We, of course, are waiting for the next of kin to be informed. We can't just come in. Lazima tutafute familia za wale wameuliwa, waelezewe kwanza. We must respect that. After that, of course, just as we've done with Rex, just as we are doing with Evans, we'll proceed to the post-mortem, and then immediately make sure those officers who are involved are removed from the service, investigations zifanywe, and after that washikwe, wafunguliwe mashtaka na wafungwe korokoroni.
Out of the 125 casualties, how many have been informed are suffering from gunshot?
Well, they can't count, but they told us definitely some of those wounds are as a result of shooting. We have quite a number that probably is soft tissue, but they said that out of the 125 or so, a good number, they said a good number, I can't tell the number, but they said a good number are gunshot wounds victims.
So we currently have over 100 people at Jamia Mosque. So those are casualties that have not been reported. Currently we have people that are in Jamia Mosque. We have a Red Cross team ambao bado hawajafika hapa. Kwa hivyo namba ambazo Hussein Khalid amesema ni tofauti, ni wale ambao wako hapa Kenyatta National Hospital, lakini kuna wale ambao bado mpaka sasa hivi tunaweza kucollect, lakini data itaweza kupotekana labda kesho ama kesho kutwa, lakini tunaomba sisi sote wale ambao wako saizi town, tafadhali turudi nyumbani, manake tulikuwa tushaamua ni kuanzia saa 6 mpaka saa ngapi? Saa 11. Kwa hivyo tungewaomba wale saa 12 naarifiwa hivyo. Kwa wale Gen Z na wale ambao wamekuwa na sisi, tafadhali turudi nyumbani, tujipange na tuangalie vipi tutakavyoenda, si ndio?
Yeah, we are appealing to the protesters, please, wherever you are, if you're listening, the time imefika. Please, let's end this now. Make sure you reach home when there is still daylight. Don't give them an excuse, because we know last time wale waliuliwa ilikuwa ni usiku, and this is the time when they send out goons to break into shops, to destroy property, and then they use that to kill more of our youth. So we are appealing to everyone who is out there right now. The message has been delivered. We've occupied parliament. Kila mtu amesikia message. Zakayo ashuke, reject finance bill. Please, please and please. Right now, let's make our way home peacefully, and we leave to protest another day. Thank you very much.
Down, down finance bill.
Down, down finance bill.
Zakayo ashuke. Aya, nata. Hiyo ndio picha sasa. Alafu msonge mbele. Msonge mbele hapo tutafunika. Leo wameamua. Nani? Wako Nyeri.
Kuna shida hapo. Kama wameingilia pesa. Kama wameingilia pesa. Kwa screen ama hapo. Boss. Nini naendelea ndani? Okay. Hebu angalia kama tutaweka. Okay. Hebu shika. Kusikia mko iko? Iko. Ndio risasi inapiga moja. Ndio wewe. Kile ndio wewe. Ndio onyesha hiyo. Nini? Mambo ni mangapi? Akuje pale, akae pale, venye ikomba kura, akuje tusikize. Sisi hatuna chama, hatuna ukabila, ama nini kama hiyo. Lakini
Ruto ashuke. Ashuke. Kabisa. Furahia bana. Furahia bana. Sisi kufurahia na history. Kofiti mbaya sana. Na tunajililia bana. Najililia. Mask. Hii hapa. Hapa bana. Nakona hapa kwa ripota kidogo. Bana, wanataka kusema asa polisi. Check that thing. Check that. Reject bana. Reject kitu. Wameturushia bado wanatuletea baka mafarasi. Lada.
Anthony Muheria of Nyeri and Apostolic Administrator of Embu, Archbishop Martin Kivuva of Mombasa, Archbishop Philip Anyolo of Nairobi, Right Reverend Joseph Mairura Okemwa of Kisii, Right Reverend Alfred Rotich of Kericho, Right Reverend Norman Kingo Wambua of Machakos, Right Reverend Peter Kiara of Marsabit, Right Reverend David Kamau Nganga, Auxiliary Bishop of Nairobi, Right Reverend Anthony Reri Mukobo, Bishop of Isiolo, Right Reverend Salesius Mugambi, Bishop of Meru, Right Reverend James Maria Wainaina, Bishop of Murang'a, Right Reverend Paul Kariuki Njiru, Bishop of Wote, Right Reverend Dominic Mengich, Bishop of Eldoret, Right Reverend John Obala Owa, Bishop of Ngong, Right Reverend Joseph Mbatia, Bishop of Nyahururu, Right Reverend Joseph Obanyisagwe, Bishop of Kakamega, Right Reverend Joseph Mongela, Bishop of Kitui, Right Reverend Michael Odiwa, Bishop of Homa Bay, Right Reverend Willie Badlago, Bishop of Malindi, Right Reverend Mark Kadima, Bishop of Bungoma, Right Reverend George Muthaka, Bishop of Garissa, Right Reverend John Binda, Bishop of Lodwar, Right Reverend Yoronimus Amusugut Joya, Bishop of Maralal, Right Reverend Henry Juma Odonya, Bishop of Kitale, Right Reverend Cleophas Oseso, Bishop of Nakuru, Right Reverend Simon Peter Kamamoe, Auxiliary Bishop of Nairobi, Right Reverend Wallace Nganga, Auxiliary Bishop of Nairobi, Right Reverend John Lelei, Auxiliary Bishop of Eldoret, and Monsignor John Jue, Apostolic Administrator, Military Ordinariate. We take this chance also to invite all our Kenyan Catholics that beginning this evening, we are beginning A novena, the Sacred Heart of Jesus Christ, a prayer of 9 days, the whole country to pray for our country. The novena, the Sacred Heart of Jesus. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishop Chair. We allow kindly two
we
questions.
have no other country we can go to. We need to maintain
two questions
peace.
and one who has a
Whatever
question.
else comes
Yes,
in the
please, kindly.
coming days, we need to protect zealously our country, Kenya, for maintaining peace and order.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We have
all.
presented our views as invited by the government in the public.
Applaud you. We know you also have gone through tough moments in these street protests. Let's give them just a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You will get a copy once it has been tidied up. Just a few minutes.
Thank you.
They've been given a cup of tea. I believe so.
Cup of tea. They have had the country already.
Wametoa?
Pray for our young people, for all the Kenyans. We pray that you are with.
Thank you very much, members of the media. We have here a statement released by the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops. It is entitled, God Save Our Beloved Country, with a quotation from Matthew chapter 25, verse 40. Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. The current situation that we are now witnessing calls us to address the nation and especially our dear young people. We also wish to speak clearly to our leadership, the President, the entire government, and the members of Parliament. We appeal and plead that we have a moment of reflection and listening. We are saddened that what started as lawful protests has degenerated into violent conflict. This was not the initial aim of the Gen Z protests. We earnestly appealed to the police not to shoot at the protesters. We also appealed to the young people to remain peaceful. We condole with all those who have been shot dead and others who have been injured and plead for calm. No one should lose life. We also need to advise against unconstitutional actions like attempting to take over Parliament due to their serious consequences. Once more, we are pleading for a peaceful and meaningful engagement for the good of our nation. Number one, excessive taxation in the contentious Finance Bill 2024-2025. The Finance Bill 2024-2025 that every citizen must pay taxes. But the government must not overtax its citizens, and it should not be in denial about its intended excessive taxation. The country is bleeding, and therefore we invite the government to reflect on this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Number 2, the Gen Z on the finance bill. We understand, therefore, why the Gen Zs have taken to the streets to express their displeasure to the government. The young generation is alive to the negative impact punitive taxes have in their own lives. The government needs to face the plain truth that families are immensely suffering. Young people have reached a point of taking it upon themselves to express discontent with the insensitivity of the government to these unwarranted taxes that only raise higher the cost of living. The government must listen to the pain of its citizens caused by the high cost of living. Ignoring them will only escalate tensions in the country and draw young people and citizenry into despair. We plead with the President that he listens to the voices of so many and respond concretely to the current situation triggered by the proposed finance bill.
Number 3, genuine intent to support young people. We, the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, understand the desperation of the young people. We have consistently called on the government to be responsible for creating an environment in which young people can use their knowledge to create jobs, get employed, or pursue meaningful opportunities. We are yet to see a clear and well-defined roadmap for this end. The billions siphoned from taxpayer money, for example, are enough to employ thousands of youths. In the absence of tangible initiatives, young people are right in expressing their desperation. They are not getting the promised jobs. They are not seeing a government that is committed to using the taxes it collects for justifiable ends, nor are they pursuing the corrupt. Their coming out to point out the challenges of the government is therefore understandable, and we commend them for being proactive citizens. We encourage and must applaud you, our dear young people, for keeping away from looting and violence. We appreciate that you have generated a slogan that we are peaceful. This is a step in the right direction, as affirmed in Scripture. The Lord examines the righteous, but the wicked, those who love violence, he hates with a passion. Psalm 11, verse 5. Number 4, purpose of Gen Z protest should be respected. Even as we commend you, Gen Z, for being proactive, we would like to advise that in themselves, protests will not solve the problem of government insensitivity in addressing problems like the finance bill. With your creativity and innovative technology tools available, which you are using to organize yourself and pass your message to the government, you need to consider more innovative approaches to draw constructive engagement to address the social and economic woes our country is facing. Do not give up on pursuing direct engagement with government and other stakeholders. We also encourage patience as you engage. As Bishop, we also want to warn you, our dear young people, not to be misused for hidden interest by some of the people who may be interested to use your protests. While pursuing genuine concerns of unemployment, a bleak future, limited opportunities for self-development, and the fear of the shrinking economy, there are people out there whose interests are to capitalize on your grievances to advance their agenda. We ask you to be on guard so that you may not be misused for goals that are not part of your genuine concerns. Number 5, use of excessive force by the police. We, the Catholic bishops, while appreciating on several occasions the police have tried to act rightly, decry and condemn in the strongest terms the use of force by the police, the arrests, and the indiscriminate and unnecessary use of live bullets. Unwarranted attacks on peaceful protesters cannot be justified. The police have many ways to ensure protests remain peaceful. The police should focus on criminals who implant themselves in peaceful protests to create chaos and rob or destroy property. As a country, we have seen demonstrations and protests in the past. We know that police should ensure property. As a country, we have seen demonstrations and protests in the past. We know that police should ensure peaceful assemblies of any kind and not fuel violence and public hate towards the same police that are supposed to protect them. As a God-fearing nation, we should not forget Isaiah 1:17, which says, "Learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of fatherless, plead the case of the widow." Being police does not give one a license to take away innocent lives.
Six, places of worship as sacred. Remember, places of worship are not...
Mheshimiwa Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, kiongozi wa Wiper. Hapa vile tuko na mwenzetu Secretary General wa Jubilee Party, na wengine bado wako njiani wanakuja, wakiwemo wabunge wetu. Wengi bado wako kwenye maeneo ya bunge. Kumekuwa na mchafuko alasiri ya leo, na tunasikitika sana ya kwamba Wakenya wamepoteza maisha yao, na tumekuwa na umwagikaji damu katika bunge letu la Kenya. Kwa miaka yetu 60 ile tumesherekea Madaraka Day, hatujawahi kuwa na tukio kama hili. Wakenya kuwawa mbele ya bunge yao, mbele ya wanahabari na dunia yote. Na leo tunataka tukashifu kabisa kitendo hiki cha kihalifu, polisi waliotumia risasi kuua watoto wetu, na tuambie ya kwamba wote wataajibika mbele ya sheria. Pili, tunataka tuseme ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Ruto alikuwa amesema kule Nyahururu ya kwamba ako tayari kuwasikiza Wakenya na haswa kizazi cha Gen Z, na leo badala ya kuwasikiza ameamuru polisi wake kurusha risasi, kurusha tear gas, kuwajeruhi na kuwaua watoto wetu. Hawa watoto sio wa Azimio, sio wa Kenya Kwanza, ni watoto wa Kenya ambao wamekuja kutetea haki zao, na wana haki kulingana na kipengee cha 37 cha katiba yetu kufanya maandamano ambayo wamefanya siku ya leo. Njia ya kinyama ambayo wameshughulikiwa na polisi wetu, sisi kama wanaazimio tunakashifu, na tunasema kufika kesho tutakuwa tunapeana taarifa zaidi baada ya kupata ripoti kutoka maeneo yote ya nchi yetu, kaunti ya 47, sababu tuwasikia kando na mauaji ya Nairobi, kaunti zingine pia kuna majeruhi na kuna Wakenya wamepoteza maisha yao. Lakini kwa leo tuwasema kitendo kimefanyika bungeni, Wakenya kupoteza imani na wabunge wao ambao wameongeza ushuru kiholela, wameambiwa hawasikii, na Waswahili wanasema asiyesikia la mkuu huvunjika guu. Wakuu wetu ni Wakenya. Wale wameingia bungeni leo, na kitendo cha leo cha maanisha Wakenya wamepoteza imani na bunge yao, wamepoteza imani na serikali ya William Samoei Arap Ruto, na sisi tunaungana na Wakenya wote kutoka sehemu zote za Kenya ambao wamesema Ruto must go, ambao wamesema Ruto must resign. Na tumwambia badala ya wewe kuendelea kuwa pale na Wakenya wamepoteza imani nawe, uongozi wako na serikali yako, jiuzulu ili uzuie umwagikaji damu. Vijana wawili wamewawa tangu maandamano haya yaanze, kijana Evans, kijana Rex, vijana wadogo sana. Kando na hawa bado tulikuwa tunafuatilia, hata hawajazikwa leo vijana wengine wamewawa na Bwana Ruto na askari wake. Leo kama wanaazimio tunaungana na Wakenya wengine kusema Ruto must go, Ruto must resign, he must do the honorable thing. Sababu Wakenya kuingia pale wachukue ile the mess of parliament, authority of parliament, inamaanisha bunge hilo na serikali hii hawana imani nao tena. So let them do the honorable thing and resign. That is what we are calling upon them, na nataka wenzangu waweze kuongelea mambo haya. Lakini pia kama waziri wa ulinzi, nataka na upasaji wa habari, internet yetu, tuwajua wale wanahusika. Freedom of the media, freedom of expression ni haki za kikatiba. Wasidhubutu. Ruto has crossed the red line today, lakini let him not go further by interfering with the airwaves, with the freedom of the media, with the freedom of expression of Kenyans, the way our young people have done today. Hilo ndio ombi nataka ni muombe Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka aweze kupeana taarifa yetu rasmi, na ni muombe pia SG wetu wa Jubilee Mheshimiwa Kioni aweze kuongezea. Your Excellency, karibu.
Thank you. I had actually already read out the statement by Azimio leadership, which was further to what was issued earlier. By our party leader, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. So this was additional to that, but he also taken the opportunity to lay it very clearly. Kenyans have demonstrated across the country
the patient to the hospital staff. So the ones you see queuing are the ones who have brought them in ambulances, and because this is a triage situation, which means that the to the hospital staff. So the ones you see queuing are the ones who have brought them in ambulances, and because this is a triage situation, which means that the hospital emergency teams will be prioritizing the more serious cases. Especially you had the doctor or the medic at the church saying some people have very serious wounds like broken limbs and gunshot wounds even to the head and all that. So
all right, so I'm seeing the representatives of some human rights organizations, including Haki Africa, that is Khalid, who is about to address the press there. Yes. Let's listen and then we'll continue the conversation later.
Sure. Khalid ni moja wanaharakati. We rushed here after we heard that the injured have been rushed here. We've spoken to some of the doctors, wametuambia that they've received 2 dead. When they arrived, they were already dead. One had was shot in the head, and the other one was already dead. I don't know where he was injured. They've also informed us that so far they have treated around 125. Most of them injuries, soft tissue injuries. Others were injured in different places, but it's really sad to see these kinds of injuries, because this procession, this protest was largely peaceful. And we didn't expect that, these kinds of fatalities would be reported, these kinds of injuries would be happening. We are very saddened, and we want to inform the state that Kenya has moved many years from those dark days, and we are not in a police state. Yes. And the police should not use excessive force on peaceful, youthful protesters. We will work with the necessary institutions, we will work with the necessary authorities to make sure those that have been killed, those that have been injured, they get justice. We cannot allow, any use of excessive force like this, and we are committed to ensure that the message gets through, that the government listens to the people. Kenya is a country that is governed by a rule of law. Yes. And police cannot use excessive force on peaceful protesters like this. Yes. Over 100 people have been treated here. Yes. We cannot have such kind of a situation. And we will stand firmly with those that are injured, we'll stand firmly with those that have been killed, and make sure that they get justice.
Taxes must fall.
Yes, of course. This will not deter us from delivering the message. And the message is very clear. Reject finance bill. Why are we being forced to accept this? You cannot force this bill on Kenyans' throats. Why is the message not getting through to these people? Yeah, 204 people against 54 million. Does that even make sense? So we are saying enough is enough. Listen to the masses. Listen to the people. Yes. Come down from your high seat and listen to the voices. You can't say you want to dialogue, then you are killing people. How is that dialogue when you're shooting live bullets at peaceful protesters? That is not right. That is unacceptable. Yes. We are living in a country governed by a constitution and the rule of law. Yes. Kwa nini munatumia live bullets against people? Yes. Why are you doing that? So this is unacceptable. Na tumesema enough is enough. Yes. And we must listen to the voices of the people. Yes. Well, right now we've informed IPOA. We, of course, are waiting for the next of kin to be informed. We can't just come in. Lazima tutafute familia za wale wameuliwa, waelezewe kwanza. We must respect that. After that, of course, just as we've done with Rex, just as we are doing with Evans, we'll proceed to the post-mortem and then immediately make sure those officers who are involved are removed from the service, investigations zifanywe, and after that, washikwe, wafunguliwe mashtaka na wafungwe korokoroni.
Out of the 125 casualties, how many have been informed are suffering from gunshot?
Well, they can't count, but they told us definitely some of those wounds are as a result of shooting. We have quite a number that probably is soft tissue, but they said that out of the 125 or so, a good number, they said a good number, I can't tell the number, but they said a good number are gunshot wounds victims.
So we currently have over 100 people at Jamia Mosque. So those are casualties that have not been reported. Currently we have people that are in Jamia Mosque. We have a Red Cross team ambao bado hawajafika hapa. Kwa hivyo namba ambazo Hussein Khalid amesema ni tofauti, ni wale ambao wako hapa Kenyatta National Hospital, lakini kuna wale ambao bado mpaka sasa hivi tunaweza kucollect. Lakini data itaweza kupotekana labda kesho ama kesho kutwa, lakini tunaomba sisi sote wale ambao wako saizi town, tafadhali turudi nyumbani, manake tulikuwa tushaamua ni kuanzia saa 6 mpaka saa ngapi? Saa 11. Kwa hivyo tungewaomba wale saa 12 naarifiwa hivyo. Kwa wale Gen Z na wale ambao wamekuwa na sisi, tafadhali turudi nyumbani, tujipange na tuangalie vipi tutakavyoenda, si ndio?